Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The 4 Champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Let's start the story with one of the most extraordinary events in recent wizarding history. The revival of the legendary Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the academic year of 1994 to 1995. Picture yourself within the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The enchanted ceiling mirrors a night sky sprinkled with stars. Thousands of candles float in midair, casting their gentle glow upon the expectant faces of students below. The air is thick with anticipation, with whispers and theories exchanged between students from 3 prestigious magical schools: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute. In the center of the hall stands a roughly hewn wooden goblet, its rim dancing with blue-white flames that illuminate the surrounding stone floor with an ethereal light. This is the Goblet of Fire, an impartial judge tasked with selecting 1 champion from each school to compete in 3 dangerous tasks. The tournament, once a celebrated tradition, had been discontinued centuries ago due to its mounting death toll. Now, with new safety measures in place, the magical community had decided to revive this ancient competition. The selection process was designed to be straightforward. Students who wished to compete would submit their names on parchment into the Goblet of Fire, and on Halloween night, the goblet would return the names of those it deemed most worthy to represent their schools. To prevent underage students from entering, Albus Dumbledore himself had drawn an age line around the goblet, a powerful spell that repelled anyone under 17 years of age. When the moment of selection arrived, the Great Hall fell silent. The first name that emerged from the goblet, carried by a tongue of red flame, belonged to Victor Krum of Durmstrang Institute. Known throughout the wizarding world as Bulgaria's Star Seeker, Krum was a brooding figure with dark eyes and a curved nose that had been broken more than once. His selection surprised few. Despite his fame on the Quidditch pitch, Krum was also a dedicated student with considerable magical talent. The second name belonged to Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons Academy. With silvery blonde hair that seemed to emit a faint glowing aura, Fleur carried herself with graceful confidence. She was part Vila, giving her not only striking beauty, but also access to unique magical abilities. Behind her delicate appearance lay a fierce determination and impressive spell-casting skills that had earned her the goblet's selection. Hogwarts champion was Cedric Diggory, a handsome, tall Hufflepuff student with gray eyes and an honest face. Cedric embodied the qualities his house valued. He was fair, hard-working, and loyal. His selection was met with thunderous applause from his fellow Hufflepuffs, who rarely received the glory often reserved for other houses. Cedric's exceptional abilities in transfiguration and defense against the dark arts, coupled with his natural leadership, made him a worthy representative. And then, something unprecedented occurred. The goblet flared red once more, ejecting a 4th piece of parchment. In disbelief, Dumbledore read the name. Harry Potter. The announcement sent shockwaves through the Great Hall. Harry Potter, underaged at merely 14, stood frozen in shock. He had not entered his name, yet somehow he had been selected as an unexpected 4th champion. The rules of the tournament, bound by magical contract, meant that Harry had no choice but to compete alongside champions who were older, more experienced, and had voluntarily entered. This anomaly created immediate tension. Many believed Harry had somehow circumvented the age line, seeking further fame to add to his already considerable reputation as the boy who lived. The Hogwarts student body, particularly those loyal to Cedric, felt Harry was stealing Hufflepuff's rare moment of glory. Meanwhile, the visiting schools viewed this unexpected addition as evidence that Hogwarts was attempting to increase its chances of victory through duplicity. The selection of 4 champions rather than 3 cast a shadow over the tournament before it had even begun. Whispers of foul play and speculation about who might have entered Harry's name permeated the castle corridors. Professor Moody, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, suggested a darker possibility that someone had entered Harry's name, hoping he would not survive the tournament's dangers. In the weeks that followed, the champions prepared for their first task. They were told only that it would test their daring and courage in the face of the unknown, a fitting beginning for a tournament steeped in both glory and danger. While the other champions could rely on the support of their respective schools, Harry found himself isolated, bearing not only the burden of unexpected competition, but also the weight of general suspicion and resentment. As the first task approached, the 4 champions could be seen wandering the castle grounds, each absorbed in their thoughts and preparations. Victor maintained his stoic demeanor, often seeking solitude in the library. Fleur practiced complex charms by the lake, the water's surface occasionally rippling in response to her magic. Cedric, popular and well-liked, was often surrounded by supporters offering encouragement and assistance, and Harry, carrying the additional burden of his unwanted selection, searched desperately for strategies that might help him survive what lay ahead. Despite their differing circumstances, these 4 individuals were bound together by the magical contract of the Goblet of Fire. Their selection marked them as extraordinary among their peers, each possessing unique qualities and abilities that would be tested to their limits in the trials to come. Bravery, intelligence, skill, and character all would prove necessary in the dangerous competition that awaited them. The tension between rivalry and fair play, between school pride and personal achievement, between fame and survival, these were the currents that flowed through the lives of the 4 Triwizard champions. Their journeys through the tournament would not only test their magical abilities, but would also reveal the true nature of their characters, forging bonds and rivalries that none could have anticipated on that fateful Halloween night when the Goblet of Fire made its selections. As our tale of the champions' selection comes to a close, consider this: if you were to stand before the Goblet of Fire, what qualities within you might cause it to select you as champion, and more importantly, would you have the wisdom to understand the true cost of glory? Chapter 2. The ingredients of complex potions. The gentle bubbling of a cauldron echoes through the stillness of night, as wisps of iridescent steam spiral upward, catching the moonlight that filters through ancient windows. Such is the art of potion making, precise, methodical, and often misunderstood. Tonight, we delve into the fascinating world of advanced potion ingredients, where the most extraordinary concoctions begin with carefully selected components. Potion making stands apart from other magical disciplines in its demand for precision. Unlike charms or transfiguration, where a wizard's intent and wand work may compensate for minor errors, potions are unforgiving. The slightest deviation, a counterclockwise stir, where clockwise was needed, a Bezoar added a moment too late, or a moonstone ground too finely, can transform a healing draught into a deadly poison. It is this delicate balance that makes the selection and preparation of ingredients the foundation of successful brewing. Consider the humble Wiggenweld potion, taught to first-year students at Hogwarts. While seemingly simple, it contains over a dozen ingredients, each requiring specific preparation. Yet this potion pales in comparison to truly complex brews, such as the Polyjuice potion, with its month-long brewing process and highly volatile ingredients, or Felix Felicis, which demands 6 months of perfect conditions to produce liquid luck. For the most advanced potions, ingredients fall into several distinct categories, each presenting unique challenges to the potion master. First are the botanical components, Plants harvested under specific lunar phases, at precise times of year, or in particular magical environments. Fluxweed, for instance, must be picked during the full moon to retain its transformative properties essential for Polyjuice Potion. The rare moly flower, with its black stem and white petals, must be gathered at midnight while humming a melody in the key of E minor, lest its protective properties dissolve upon touch. Within the walls of Greenhouse 3 at Hogwarts, Professor Sprout cultivates many such sensitive plants. Imagine walking between the rows of carefully tended magical flora, each with its unique requirements: mandrakes that scream when uprooted, venomous tentacula whose bite can be fatal, and the deceptively beautiful alihatsi, whose leaves induce hysteria when ingested. Each plant represents potential, both for healing and harm, depending on the skill of the harvester and the knowledge of the brewer. The second category encompasses animal-derived ingredients, often the most controversial and difficult to obtain. Dragon blood, with its 12 documented uses discovered by Albus Dumbledore, remains among the most valuable substances in the wizarding world. Its deep red color shifts subtly with exposure to different types of magic, making it an invaluable reactive agent in detection potions. Similarly, unicorn horn, ethically collected only after natural shedding, possesses powerful detoxifying properties that form the basis of most antidotes. The more esoteric animal ingredients often require specialized knowledge to harvest properly. Ashwinder eggs, laid by magical serpents born in unchecked magical fires, must be collected and frozen within minutes, lest they ignite and reduce a dwelling to ash. Yet these same volatile eggs form the core of love potions, their fiery nature symbolizing passion made tangible. Perhaps the most challenging ingredient category is that of the ethereal components, substances that exist at the boundary between physical and magical reality. Moonlight distilled into liquid form through a complex process involving silver cauldrons and pure mountain dew. Morning mist collected from valleys where Vela have danced the previous night. Even the crystallized breath of a Welsh green dragon, harvested during its winter hibernation, falls into this category of ingredients that seem to capture magic itself in physical form. The preservation of these delicate components presents its own significant challenges. The great potions masters maintain specialized storage facilities, often underground, where temperature and magical interference can be strictly controlled. Severus Snape's private stores at Hogwarts consisted of hundreds of jars, vials, and containers, each with specific preservation charms. Glass vessels of varying colors, blue to protect light-sensitive ingredients, red for those that react to lunar influences, and pure crystal for the most volatile substances, line the shelves of master potioneers. Consider the challenges faced by Arsenius Jigger, author of Advanced Potion Making, when gathering ingredients for the infamous Drink of Despair, the potion used to protect one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. The primary component, rumored to be distilled from the essence of a Dementor's aura, required the potion maker to work in conditions of such profound misery that many went mad in the process. The secondary ingredients, powdered nightshade harvested from graveyards, the tears of a phoenix collected during a solar eclipse, and the crystallized sound of a dying scream, each presented nearly impossible collection challenges. Beyond the ingredients themselves, the quality of brewing tools significantly impacts potion efficacy. Cauldrons of different metals conduct and maintain magical energy in distinct ways. Pewter cauldrons, standard for students, provide stable but unremarkable results. Silver cauldrons, preferred by researchers, enhance the potency of moon-related ingredients. Gold cauldrons, while extraordinarily expensive, create perfect conditions for antidotes, as gold's natural resistance to corruption extends to the potions brewed within. The ethical considerations surrounding ingredient collection cannot be overlooked. Throughout history, unscrupulous potioneers have exploited magical creatures and plants to near extinction. The International Confederation of Wizards established the Magical Ingredient Regulation Department in 1752, following the near extinction of Mediterranean merpeople due to overharvesting of their scales for beauty potions. Today, strict regulations govern the collection of dragon parts, unicorn derivatives, and phoenix feathers, with severe penalties for poaching. Horace Slughorn once remarked to his students that a true potions master does not merely follow recipes, but develops a relationship with their ingredients. They understand the subtle variations in potency due to harvest season, the compatibility between components that might enhance or neutralize each other, and the almost musical timing required to add each element to the brew. He likened the process to conducting an orchestra, where each ingredient must enter at precisely the right moment to create harmony rather than discord. The distance between adequate and exceptional potion making often lies not in the complexity of the recipe, but in the quality and preparation of ingredients. When Libatius Borage wrote Advanced Potion Making, he devoted over half the text to ingredient selection and preparation, noting that the most brilliant recipe executed with inferior components yields nothing but expensive sludge. As our exploration of complex potion ingredients fades like steam from a cooling cauldron, consider this question: if the essence of a potion reflects the nature of its ingredients, some volatile, some soothing, some transformative, what combination of qualities would be required to capture your true nature in liquid form? Chapter 3. The Hidden Lake of the Inferi. Deep beneath the surface of an ordinary coastal cliff face, far from the curious eyes of both muggles and wizarding folk alike, lies one of the darkest magical places in Britain. The salty air gives no hint of what awaits within, a cathedral-like cavern housing a still, black lake, its waters undisturbed for decades, until a headmaster and his student disturbed its terrible secret. Tonight, we venture into the shadows to explore the hidden lake of the Inferi. To understand this place, we must first understand what dwells beneath its obsidian surface. Inferi, corpses reanimated through the darkest of magic, neither alive nor truly dead, but puppets bound to their creator's will. These are not ghosts with consciousness, nor vampires with autonomy, but empty vessels animated by magic, so forbidden that even mentioning the specific incantation can lead to investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The creation of an Inferius requires a level of magical depravity few wizards ever approach. The caster must not only take a life, but must then violate the sanctity of death itself, binding the corpse to their service through rituals that involve blood magic and irreversible disfiguration of one's own soul. It is magic beyond ordinary evil, magic that Lord Voldemort embraced without hesitation. During the First Wizarding War, reports of Inferi attacks created terror throughout magical communities. Imagine the horror of facing an assailant who cannot be reasoned with, feels no pain, and cannot be properly killed, for it is already dead. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement classified Inferi as non-beings, alongside Dementors and Lethofolds, creatures with physical form but lacking true consciousness. The hidden cave itself represents a masterwork of protective enchantment. Located on a remote coastline, the entrance becomes visible only when marked with blood, a first barrier ensuring that any visitor pays a price merely to enter. Beyond this outer cavern lies an underground lake of immense proportions, its boundaries lost in darkness, its depths unknowable. Picture yourself standing at the edge of this vast subterranean pool. The still water reflects nothing, absorbing light rather than returning it. The air hangs heavy with cold that seeps into bones and lungs. Silence prevails, broken only by the occasional drip of water from stalactites above. This oppressive atmosphere is not merely physical but magical, the residue of dark enchantments lingering like a miasma. In the center of this lake stands a small island, barely more than a flat outcropping of rock. Upon this island, Voldemort placed a basin filled with emerald potion, another layer of protection for what lay beneath. A locket, believed to be Salazar Slytherin's, though it was later revealed to be merely a replica, containing a defiant note from the mysterious Rab. The potion itself represented sophisticated magical cruelty. It could not be vanished, parted, or transmuted. It could not be scooped out by any means other than drinking, and to drink it was to experience unendurable suffering, intense thirst, coupled with horrific visions designed to break the drinker's resolve. This was magic designed not merely to protect, but to torture any who came seeking what lay beneath. Yet perhaps the most terrifying aspect of this cavern was not the potion, but what lurked beneath the black water. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of Inferi rested in the depths, enchanted to remain dormant until disturbed by someone attempting to take the locket, or until summoned by specific magic. Their pale forms, preserved in the icy water, represent the countless victims of Voldemort's rise to power. Many were Muggle victims, chosen not for any strategic value but merely because their disappearances would not immediately alert the wizarding authorities. The enchantments governing these Inferi demonstrated Voldemort's tactical brilliance even within his cruelty. They were programmed, so to speak, with specific triggers and responses. Movement on the water's surface would cause them to awaken. Any attempt to magically cross the lake rather than use the hidden chain and boat would likewise alert them. And most cunningly, any attempt to summon the Horcrux directly would trigger their emergence en masse. When disturbed, these Inferi would rise from the depths with terrible purpose. Their waterlogged bodies, preserved by both the cold water and dark magic, moved with unnatural coordination. Though individually weak, their strength lay in overwhelming numbers and tireless persistence. Unlike living opponents, they required no rest, felt no fear, and would continue their assault until physically destroyed or commanded to stop by their master. The boat Voldemort created to cross this lake revealed another layer of devious planning. Small and ancient in appearance, it was enchanted to carry only one wizard of age, or one adult and one underage companion, a contingency that ultimately allowed Dumbledore to bring Harry Potter across the water. This detail suggests Voldemort never imagined anyone would bring a child to such a place, a blind spot in his otherwise meticulous defenses. When Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter visited this cave in their quest to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, they encountered every aspect of its horror. Dumbledore, already weakened by other magic that year, sacrificed his well-being to drink the Emerald Potion. The psychological torture it inflicted offered a glimpse into the potion's design. It seemed specifically crafted to evoke memories of failure and guilt, suggesting it might affect each drinker differently based on their own deepest regrets. Their departure from the island triggered the Inferi's awakening, leading to one of the most terrifying confrontations in Harry's young life. The pale bodies rose from the water in silence, their dead eyes fixed upon the intruders, cold hands reaching to drag them beneath the surface. Here, Dumbledore demonstrated why he was considered the greatest wizard of his age, summoning a ring of fire that repelled the Inferi despite his weakened state. This moment revealed a crucial weakness of the Inferi, their fear of light and warmth, particularly fire. As creatures of darkness and cold, they retreated from the flames, allowing Dumbledore and Harry to escape. This vulnerability makes sense when considering their physical nature. The preservative effects of the cold lake water would be reversed by heat, and fire would ultimately consume their physical forms, severing the magical animation that bound them. In the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic faced the daunting task of dealing with places like the Inferi Lake. Unlike Horcruxes, which ceased to be dangerous after Voldemort's death, the Inferi remained animated, bound by magic that did not automatically end with their creator's passing. A specialized task force from the Department of Mysteries, working alongside Cursebreakers from Gringotts, eventually neutralized the threat through a combination of powerful countercharms and ultimately laying these poor souls to proper rest. The cave system itself was sealed off through powerful charms, its location classified at the highest level of Ministry security. While the Horcrux it protected was long gone, the site represented too dangerous a template for other dark wizards. The specific enchantments used by Voldemort, particularly those governing the Inferi, were studied in great detail by unspeakables, though their findings remain confidential to this day. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the hidden lake is not what we know about it, but what remains unknown. The identities of most Inferi were never established, leaving countless families without closure regarding their missing loved ones. The exact method of the lake's creation, how Voldemort transported so many bodies to such a remote location, how he enchanted the cave's entrance to require blood, remains speculation among magical historians. The hidden lake of the Inferi stands as a testament to how far a wizard might go when unconstrained by moral boundaries. It represents not merely powerful magic, but magic without conscience, protection through cruelty rather than ingenuity. In the stillness of that black water lay not only the physical remains of Voldemort's victims, but a reflection of the darkness that resided within the Dark Lord himself. As the ripples of our exploration settle on this underground lake, I leave you with this question: what does it reveal about the nature of magic itself, that it can be used to violate the very boundary between life and death? And what responsibility do those with magical ability bear in ensuring such power is never again used for such terrible purposes? Chapter 4. The Enchantment of Quidditch Through the Ages. In the amber glow of an ancient reading lamp, where dust motes dance like tiny golden snitches in the light, there sits a book that has passed through countless hands, some calloused from beaters' bats, others nimble from catching snitches, and many simply eager to learn about the most beloved sport in wizarding culture. Tonight, we turn our attention to a treasured volume found in nearly every wizarding household, and the remarkable magic that makes it more than mere parchment and ink. Quidditch Through the Ages. Written by Kenilworthy Wisp, a name that has become synonymous with Quidditch scholarship, this slender volume contains the most comprehensive history of the sport ever compiled. But unlike Muggle sports encyclopedias, which remain static once printed, Quidditch Through the Ages possesses unique enchantments that allow it to remain the definitive text on the subject, despite being first published in 1952. Kenilworthy Wisp was not merely a sports historian but a true Quidditch enthusiast whose dedication to the game bordered on obsession. Born in 1872 in the village of Port Sainmouth, Wisp demonstrated an early affinity for broomstick flight, though his slight build and tendency toward motion sickness prevented him from pursuing the sport professionally. Instead, he channeled his passion into scholarship, attending every major Quidditch match across Europe, and maintaining extensive correspondence with players, coaches, and equipment manufacturers. His research methodology was remarkable for its thoroughness. Wisp spent 3 years living among the archives of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, sleeping on a cot between shelves of ancient match records. He traveled to remote locations where ancient forms of broomstick games had evolved, interviewing elderly witches and wizards whose grandparents had played in the earliest standardized matches. He even learned Mermish to interview lake-dwelling communities who had witnessed early Quidditch matches played over their waters, a particularly difficult task given that Mermish can only be properly spoken underwater. The first edition of Quidditch Through the Ages was modest in appearance, a green leather-bound volume with silver lettering that occasionally rearranged itself to form the outline of a golden snitch. Within its pages, Wisp traced the evolution of Quidditch from its humble beginnings at Quidditch Marsh in the 11th century through its development into the sophisticated sport played today. The book covered everything from the standardization of broomsticks to the formation of the Department of Magical Games and Sports in 1750. What made this book truly special, however, were the enchantments woven into its very binding. Unlike ordinary books, Quidditch Through the Ages was created with a complex series of update charms developed by Wisp in collaboration with Adalbert Waffling, the renowned magical theoretician. These charms connected all copies of the book to a master volume kept in Wisp's study, which he diligently updated until his death in 1997, after which the responsibility passed to a committee of Quidditch historians. The update charms function through a principle similar to Protean charms, but with several sophisticated modifications. When new information is added to the master copy, a record-breaking match, a rule change, or a notable player's retirement, the enchantment ripples through all existing copies, adding the information in the appropriate section. The text physically shifts to accommodate new entries, sometimes adding pages where necessary. Observant readers might occasionally notice this happening, as the pages emit a faint golden glow during updates, and the ink appears to flow like water before settling into its new configuration. Another remarkable enchantment incorporated into the book is the anti-deterioration spell, a variation of the preservation charms used in the Hogwarts library. This ensures that despite frequent handling, often by students with chocolate frogs or pumpkin juice nearby, the pages resist staining, tearing, and the natural yellowing of age. A copy from the 1950s appears as crisp and clean as one printed last week, aside from personalizations added by owners. The Hogwarts library copy of Quidditch Through the Ages contains additional protective enchantments. Madame Pince, the notoriously strict librarian, applied a modified thief's curse that causes the book to emit a high-pitched wail if removed from the library without proper checkout procedures. This particular copy also features a tracking charm that allows Madame Pince to locate it anywhere within the castle grounds, a necessary precaution given its popularity among students. What many readers don't realize is that Quidditch Through the Ages also contains a subtle enthusiasm charm, a benign enchantment that slightly heightens the reader's interest in the subject matter. This charm, legal but regulated under Ministry publishing guidelines, explains why even those with limited interest in sports often find themselves unexpectedly engrossed in chapters about the development of the Golden Snitch or the founding of the Holyhead Harpies. The illustrations within the book deserve special mention, as they too are enchanted. Diagrams of famous plays move to demonstrate tactics, while historical broomsticks rotate to display their aerodynamic features. Early editions featured photographs that aged normally, but since 1975, all images have been treated with a special variant of the moving picture charm that allows them to incorporate new movements based on contemporary playing styles. The famous photograph of dangerous Di Llewellyn, for instance, now occasionally demonstrates feints that weren't invented until decades after his death, having adapted the movements from more recent photographs in the book. The journey of Quidditch Through the Ages, from restricted academic text to beloved household staple, is a fascinating one. Initially, the book was primarily found in Quidditch team libraries and ministry departments. Its transition to wider circulation began in 1958, when Hogwarts headmaster Armando Dippet added it to the school's library collection. Students' enthusiasm for the book, coupled with its educational value, led Flourish and Blotts to negotiate a mass-market edition in 1962. By the 1970s, Quidditch Through the Ages had become standard reading for young witches and wizards. Parents would often read chapters about famous matches to their children at bedtime, while aspiring players studied the techniques of historical Quidditch stars. The book's blend of historical fact, technical detail, and entertaining anecdotes made it accessible to readers of all ages and interest levels. The information contained within its pages has proven invaluable to generations of Quidditch players. Oliver Wood, the passionate Gryffindor team captain during Harry Potter's early years at Hogwarts, was known to quote entire passages during training sessions. Ginny Weasley, who later played professionally for the Holyhead Harpies, credited her understanding of chaser formations to the detailed diagrams in Chapter 7. Beyond its practical value to players, Quidditch Through the Ages serves as a cultural repository, preserving the traditions and evolution of a sport that has defined wizarding leisure for centuries. From the development of the cushioning charm in 1820, which made broomstick travel considerably more comfortable, to the standardization of goalpost height in 1883, the book documents how Quidditch has both shaped and been shaped by wizarding society. Perhaps most remarkably, Quidditch Through the Ages survived even the darkest period of recent wizarding history. During Voldemort's regime, when many books were censored or destroyed, this seemingly apolitical sports text continued to circulate, yet it contained subtle reminders of core wizarding values: international cooperation through the Quidditch World Cup, the integration of wizards and witches from all backgrounds into teams based solely on merit, and the universal joy found in play, regardless of blood status. In recent years, a special edition of Quidditch Through the Ages was produced with certain enchantments modified to make it safe for Muggle readers, with proceeds benefiting magical creature welfare organizations. While Muggles perceive it as merely a creative work of fiction associated with Harry Potter, wizarding children continue to pore over its pages, dreaming of one day performing a perfect Wronski fight or catching the snitch in the Quidditch World Cup final. As we close this particular chapter of our exploration, consider this. If the magic of Quidditch Through the Ages allows it to grow and evolve alongside the sport it chronicles, what enchanted book might best capture your own life's story, updating as you grow and change through the years? Chapter 5. The History of the Invisibility Cloak. The gentle rustling of fabric against stone floors, footsteps with no visible source, whispered conversations from seemingly empty corridors. These are the telltale signs of one of the wizarding world's most coveted magical artifacts. Tonight, we unfold the mysterious tale of invisibility cloaks, those rare garments that grant their wearers the power to move unseen through the world. Invisibility has long captivated the human imagination, both magical and Muggle. The power to observe without being observed, to move through spaces undetected, to witness moments meant for others' eyes. These possibilities stir something profound within us. It is no wonder that invisibility cloaks rank among the most sought-after magical items throughout wizarding history, second perhaps only to wands themselves in their desirability. The origins of invisibility cloaks are as diverse as their properties. The earliest known attempts to create invisibility garments date back to ancient Mesopotamian wizards, who wove demiguise hair, harvested from that naturally invisible magical creature, into ordinary cloaks. These primitive invisibility garments were imperfect. They rendered the wearer translucent rather than truly invisible, and the effect would fade when the demiguise hair inevitably molted after a few years. By medieval times, more sophisticated methods had emerged. Persian magical artificers developed cloaks embedded with disillusionment charms, while Chinese wizards created silk robes, inscribed with invisibility runes. In Africa, shamans crafted ceremonial wraps treated with potions brewed under specific stellar alignments. Each tradition produced invisibility garments with different properties, limitations, and durations. The majority of invisibility cloaks available in modern times fall into these traditional categories. They typically last for a few years at most, before the magic begins to fade. They may be vulnerable to certain detection spells, or become less effective in particular magical environments. Some function poorly in daylight, others become visible when touched by water or exposed to extreme temperatures. Most importantly, nearly all modern invisibility cloaks eventually succumb to spell damage, developing visible patches or becoming entirely opaque after extended use. Experts at 12-Fit and Tattings, the upscale wizarding clothiers in Diagon Alley, estimate that fewer than 20 serviceable invisibility cloaks exist in Britain at any given time. Their scarcity makes them extraordinarily valuable. A well-maintained invisibility cloak might sell for thousands of galleons at auction. This rarity also explains why they are not more commonly used by dark wizards. Even those with malicious intent would be reluctant to risk damaging such a precious item in dangerous situations. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains special detection charms at key ministry locations to identify the presence of invisibility cloaks. During both wizarding wars, Alastair Mad-Eye Moody was particularly valued for his magical eye's ability to see through invisibility cloaks, giving the Order of the Phoenix a crucial advantage in security measures. And yet, amid this landscape of valuable but ultimately flawed invisibility garments, one cloak stands apart, a perfect invisibility cloak that has remained seamlessly functional for centuries, showing no sign of deterioration despite continuous use. This exceptional cloak was passed down through generations of the Potter family before eventually coming into the possession of Harry Potter himself. The extraordinary nature of this particular cloak did not escape the notice of Albus Dumbledore, who borrowed it from James Potter shortly before his death to examine it. Dumbledore, with his encyclopedic knowledge of magical history and artifacts, recognized it as potentially far more significant than an unusually durable invisibility garment. He suspected, and later confirmed, that this was no ordinary magical object, but rather one of the legendary Deathly Hallows described in the tale of the three brothers. According to this ancient wizarding fable, three brothers encountered death itself and received three powerful magical objects as rewards for temporarily thwarting him. The youngest and wisest brother requested something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by death, and received the perfect invisibility cloak, a garment that would never lose its power and would enable its owner to go wherever he pleased undetected. While most wizards who know of the Deathly Hallows dismiss them as mythological, evidence suggests that these artifacts did indeed exist, and that the fable represents a simplified version of historical events. Magical historians believe the three brothers were likely the Perenelles, a powerful wizarding family whose descendants include both the Potters and, more distantly, the Gaunts and therefore Voldemort himself. Ignotus Perenelle, the original owner of the invisibility cloak, is buried in Godric's Hollow. His tombstone bears the symbol later associated with the Deathly Hallows, a triangle containing a circle intersected by a straight line. This same symbol was used by the eccentric wizard scholar Xenophilius Lovegood as an identifying mark for those who sought knowledge of the Hallows. What makes the true invisibility cloak, the Hallow, different from ordinary invisibility cloaks? Beyond its permanence, the cloak possesses several extraordinary qualities. It provides complete invisibility to the wearer, regardless of lighting conditions or surrounding magic. It resists summoning charms and most forms of magical detection. Perhaps most remarkably, it can conceal multiple people simultaneously, something ordinary invisibility cloaks struggle to accomplish without revealing portions of the hidden individuals. The material of the Hallow cloak appears unremarkable to casual observation, a fluid, silvery fabric light as air, cool to the touch, yet under magical analysis, it defies classification. Unlike demiguise hair cloaks which contain recognizable magical signatures, the Hallow cloak appears almost neutral to detection spells, as though it exists partially outside conventional magical frameworks. This quality led some researchers to propose that it might incorporate material from beyond the veil between life and death, a theory consistent with its mythological origin as a gift from death. The passage of the invisibility cloak through the Potter family represents a remarkable historical continuity. While the exact path of inheritance is not fully documented, it appears the cloak passed directly from father to son or daughter for nearly 700 years before reaching Harry Potter. This unbroken chain of inheritance, spanning approximately 30 generations, makes it one of the longest documented family heirlooms in wizarding Britain. The cloak's journey becomes clearer in recent generations. Hardwin Potter married Iolanthe the Perenelle, the granddaughter of Ignotus, bringing the cloak into the Potter family. By tradition, the cloak was passed to the eldest child when they came of age, or when the previous owner died. Henry Potter, who served on the Wizengamot in the early 1900s, passed it to his son Flamel, who in turn gave it to James Potter. When James and Lily Potter went into hiding under the Fidelius charm, James loaned the cloak to Dumbledore, who had expressed interest in studying it. This fortuitous timing meant the cloak was not in Godric's Hollow when Voldemort attacked, thus preserving it from potential destruction. Dumbledore later returned the cloak to Harry Potter on Christmas of his first year at Hogwarts, recognizing its rightful owner. Throughout Harry Potter's school years, the invisibility cloak proved invaluable for his numerous adventures, some merely mischievous, others crucial to the eventual defeat of Voldemort. From exploring the restricted section of the library to discovering the Mirror of Eris, from rescuing Sirius Black to navigating the Triwizard Tournament tasks, the cloak provided Harry with both protection and freedom of movement that proved essential to his survival. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the invisibility cloak's history lies in how it was used by different generations. While many powerful magical objects tend to corrupt their owners or draw them toward dark magic, the cloak seems to have inspired more benevolent applications throughout its existence. Ignutus Perenelle used it to hide from death, living a full life before willingly passing on. James Potter used it primarily for school-age mischief with his friends. Harry Potter, despite occasional rule-breaking, ultimately used the cloak in the struggle against the darkest wizard of the age. This pattern suggests something significant about both the cloak's nature and the character of those who inherited it. Unlike the Elder Wand, which inspired bloodshed, or the Resurrection Stone, which brought grief, the Invisibility Cloak offered protection rather than power. Those who valued such protection over dominance may have been naturally selected as its caretakers through generations. After the Battle of Hogwarts and Voldemort's defeat, Harry Potter retained ownership of the Invisibility Cloak, along with the other two Hallows, though he wisely kept knowledge of the latter items restricted to his closest confidants. The continuation of the Potter line through Harry's children ensures that this extraordinary artifact will likely remain within the family for generations to come, maintaining its centuries-long tradition. As our exploration of the Invisibility Cloak fades from view like a figure vanishing beneath its silvery folds, consider this: if you possessed a perfect cloak of invisibility, one that could render you completely undetectable to all eyes, what would it reveal about your true character and how you chose to use it? Chapter 6. The Travels of Nicholas Flamel. The flickering shadows cast by ancient alchemical instruments dance across weathered parchments, while a gentle snow falls beyond leaded glass windows. In a centuries-old study filled with curious devices and rare manuscripts, an extraordinary man once contemplated the mysteries of existence. A man who would witness the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth of nations, and the evolution of magic itself. Tonight, we embark on a journey through time and space to follow the remarkable travels of Nicholas Flamel. Unlike most historical figures who exist only through the artifacts they leave behind, Nicholas Flamel lived well beyond his natural lifespan, over 600 years, thanks to his greatest achievement, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. This legendary substance, capable of transforming base metals into gold and producing the elixir of life, granted Flamel and his beloved wife, Perenelle, centuries to explore the world's magical traditions and witness history unfold firsthand. Born in Pontoise, France, around 1327, Flamel began his life with no indication of the extraordinary path that lay ahead. As a young man, he established himself as a scribe and manuscript seller in Paris, building a modest but comfortable life. His journey toward immortality began with a curious dream, a vision of an angel presenting him with a mysterious book. Shortly thereafter, a traveling merchant offered him an unusual manuscript covered in strange symbols for a mere 2 florins. This book, which Flamel later identified as the Book of Abraham the Jew, contained encoded alchemical knowledge that would consume the next 21 years of his life. Unable to decipher its secrets alone, Flamel embarked on his first significant journey, a pilgrimage to Spain, to seek the wisdom of Jewish scholars who might understand the book's Kabbalistic elements. Imagine Flamel in 1378, traveling on foot through the rugged Pyrenees mountains, the precious manuscript carefully wrapped and hidden among his modest possessions. Medieval travel was arduous and dangerous. Bandits lurked on lonely roads, while illness and exposure claimed many travelers. Yet Flamel persevered, driven by an insatiable intellectual curiosity that would become his defining characteristic throughout his unnaturally long life. In Santiago de Compostela, Flamel encountered a Jewish physician named Maestro Conches, who recognized the manuscript's significance immediately. Before they could complete their work together, Conches fell ill and died, but not before providing Flamel with crucial insights. Returning to Paris with this new understanding, Flamel and Perenelle successfully created the Philosopher's Stone on January 17, 1382. The Flamel's approach to their newfound immortality and wealth reveals much about their character. Rather than flaunting their success, they lived modestly, establishing hospitals, funding churches, and supporting the poor. This discretion served them well when they later staged their own deaths. Nicholas supposedly in 1418 and Perenelle in 1397, to escape the growing attention their agelessness had attracted. Thus began the true travels of Nicholas Flamel, journeys that would span continents and centuries, undertaken by a man with the luxury of time and the burden of secrecy. The Flamel's first extended journey took them to Switzerland and the Germanic states, where Nicholas studied under alchemists who had developed different approaches to transformative magic. In the Black Forest, he reportedly spent 3 years with a reclusive witch who had perfected methods of preserving magical ingredients through a combination of potion techniques and charm work. By the early 1500s, the Flamels had established a pattern that would define their existence, living in one location under assumed names for 20 to 30 years before staging deaths and moving elsewhere. They witnessed the Renaissance firsthand, with Nicholas becoming particularly fascinated by the intersection of Muggle scientific advancement and magical theory. In Florence, he engaged in correspondence with Leonardo da Vinci, a suspected squib whose extraordinary insights into natural philosophy paralleled certain magical principles. The discovery of the New World opened fresh horizons for the immortal couple. Records suggest they traveled to Mexico around 1530, where Nicholas became absorbed in studying Aztec potion techniques involving ingredients entirely unknown in Europe. Perenelle, meanwhile, documented magical plants with her exceptional skill in botanical illustration, drawings that would later influence European herbologists when carefully anonymized copies entered circulation. During their time in the Americas, the Flamels witnessed the tragic collision between European wizards and indigenous magical traditions. Nicholas recorded his observations in a journal, now preserved in a sealed section of the Department of Mysteries, describing how certain Native American magical practices actually surpassed European techniques in efficiency and elegance, particularly in weather manipulation and healing magic. These journals reveal Flamel's growing concern about colonialism's impact on magical knowledge diversity, a remarkably progressive view for his time. By the mid-1600s, the Flamels had traveled to Asia, where they spent several decades studying under Chinese alchemists, whose approach to immortality differed fundamentally from Western traditions. While European alchemy focused on transformative substances, Chinese magical theory emphasized harmony and balance. This experience profoundly influenced Nicholas's later work, leading him to revise the elixir of life formula to incorporate principles of equilibrium that reduced its side effects. In Japan, Nicholas studied under magical swordsmiths who had perfected methods of infusing metal with protective enchantments, techniques he would later adapt for creating more stable cauldrons for volatile potions. Perenelle, already accomplished in charm work, became fascinated by Japanese magical aesthetics, particularly the concept of beauty and impermanence, an ironic interest for an immortal woman. The Flamels' return to Europe coincided with the Age of Enlightenment, a period of particular interest to Nicholas. As the boundary between early science and alchemy blurred, he found himself uniquely positioned to bridge Muggle and magical understanding. Under the pseudonym Professor N.F. Constant, he published several influential papers on metallic transmutation that were read in both communities, with Muggles interpreting them as theoretical, while wizards recognized their practical applications. This period also marked the beginning of Nicholas's friendship with Albus Dumbledore, who sought out the legendary alchemist while still a young man. Their collaboration would span decades, with Dumbledore becoming one of the few people entrusted with knowledge of Flamel's continued existence. Together, they explored the properties of dragon's blood, eventually documenting its 12 uses in a groundbreaking treatise that cemented Dumbledore's scientific reputation. The Industrial Revolution brought new challenges for the Flamels. As Muggle record-keeping became more systematic and photography emerged, maintaining assumed identities grew increasingly difficult. They retreated to more isolated communities, spending time among magical enclaves in the Alps, Carpathian Mountains, and eventually a small wizarding community in Devon, England, where they lived under the names Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel, acknowledging their true identities to the magical community at large, but maintaining the fiction that they were merely descendants of the original alchemists. Throughout their centuries of travel, the Flamels accumulated one of the most remarkable private libraries in the wizarding world. Their collection included original manuscripts from virtually every magical tradition, many preserved through Flamel's development of specialized conservation charms. After their actual deaths, this collection would be bequeathed to the unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries, though certain theoretical works were deemed too sensitive for general access and remain sealed to this day. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Flamel's travels was his consistent effort to document magical practices that were in danger of being lost. In Africa, he transcribed oral magical traditions with the permission of tribal elders. In Australia, he recorded dreamtime magic as taught to him by Aboriginal wizards. This preservation work represents perhaps his greatest contribution to magical knowledge, a cross-cultural magical anthropology undertaken by someone with the unique perspective of centuries. The Flamels' final journey began in 1991, when they made the momentous decision to destroy the Philosopher's Stone after learning of Voldemort's attempt to steal it. Having lived for over 665 years, they had reached a philosophical acceptance of mortality. After putting their affairs in order, ensuring their collections would be preserved and their knowledge passed on, they consumed their final doses of the elixir and prepared for what Nicholas reportedly called the next great adventure. In their final months, the Flamels returned to Paris, to the site of their original home near the Seine. There, in a magically concealed apartment with a view of Notre Dame, they peacefully awaited the elixir's effects to fade. Albus Dumbledore visited them one last time, later describing their mood not as fearful but curious, two scholars preparing to investigate the ultimate mystery. Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel died in 1992, their physical bodies finally succumbing to their true age. They were interred in a private ceremony, attended by a small group of the world's most distinguished wizards and witches, each representing magical traditions the Flamels had encountered in their extraordinary lives. Their tombstone, visible only to magical eyes, bears an inscription in ancient alchemical symbols that roughly translates to transform is the nature of all things. We too, at last, transform. The legacy of Nicholas Flamel's travels extends far beyond his alchemical achievements. In his journeys across centuries and continents, he wove together disparate magical traditions, preserved endangered knowledge, and demonstrated how magical theory could evolve through cross-cultural exchange. More personally, he and Perenelle offer a profound example of how to use extended time, not for power or dominance, but for learning, preservation, and quiet generosity. As our exploration of Nicholas Flamel's remarkable journeys comes to a close, I invite you to consider, if you were granted the gift of extraordinary time as Flamel was, which corners of the magical world would you explore, and what wisdom would you seek to preserve for generations yet to come? Chapter 7. The Dangers of Potion Mistakes. The soft bubbling of a cauldron can be one of the most soothing sounds in the wizarding world, a gentle rhythm accompanying the delicate art of potion making. Yet behind this tranquil facade lies a discipline where precision stands between triumph and disaster. Tonight, we venture into the shadowy realm of potions gone wrong, where a single misstep can transform a healing draught into a deadly poison, or a simple solution into a catastrophic reaction. Potions differ fundamentally from other branches of magic in their unforgiving nature. While a poorly executed charm might simply fail to manifest, and a transfiguration mistake might result in a partially transformed object, potion errors can be immediately and irreversibly dangerous. This reality shapes every aspect of potion education, from the design of classrooms to the strict protocols that even the most experienced brewers follow. Within the stone walls of the Hogwarts Potions classroom, Professor Severus Snape's notorious strictness was not mere temperament, but essential pedagogy. His dramatic warnings about the subtle science and exact art of potion making were no exaggeration. Each year, despite precautions, The hospital wing treats dozens of students for potion-related accidents, from minor burns and temporary transformations to more serious magical contamination requiring specialized care. The most common potion mistakes fall into several categories, each with its own hazards. Ingredient errors, substituting, mismeasuring, or improperly preparing components account for approximately 60% of all potion accidents. Consider the seemingly simple swelling solution. Add too much pufferfish eyes, and instead of causing moderate enlargement of the targeted area, it creates explosive expansion that can shatter bones and rupture internal organs. One unfortunate incident in 1954 saw a student misread newt eyes as newt tails, resulting in a concoction that caused spontaneous multiplication of teeth in anyone who came within 3 feet of the cauldron's vapors. Procedural errors form the second major category. The precise timing of additions, the number and direction of stirs, and the regulation of heat all critically affect a potion's properties. The draught of living death, for instance, requires the brewer to stir 7 times clockwise, followed by 1 counterclockwise stir. A student who accidentally reversed this pattern in 1976 created a substance that, rather than inducing peaceful sleep, trapped the drinker in a paralyzed state while keeping them fully conscious. A horrifying experience that required 3 specialists from St. Mungo's to reverse. Equipment problems constitute the third common source of potion disasters. Cauldrons with undetected flaws, contaminated measuring instruments, or inappropriate stirring rods can undermine even perfectly executed recipes. The most notorious example occurred in 1789 when an advanced potions student at Mahotakoro School in Japan used a copper cauldron with microscopic phoenix tear residue to brew a standard pepperup potion. The resulting explosion demolished half the potion's wing and created a localized weather system that produced cinnamon-scented rain for 6 weeks. Throughout wizarding history, certain potion accidents have gained particular notoriety, both for their spectacular nature and their contributions to our understanding of magical safety. The Great Shrinking Catastrophe of 1855 began when researcher Leopoldina Smethwick attempted to create an enhanced version of the shrinking solution. Her modified recipe produced fumes that caused progressive, uncontrollable shrinking in anyone exposed. 12 witches and wizards were affected before the situation was contained, with the smallest victim reduced to half an inch in height before a countermeasure was developed. This incident led directly to the requirement for ventilation charms in all professional brewing facilities. Even more dramatic was the Bavarian color-changing calamity of 1922. Experimental potion master Heinrich Agrippa attempted to create a pigmentation potion using unstable chameleon blood. The resulting mixture not only changed colors, but began to affect the magical properties of nearby potions. As containment measures failed, the effect spread through an entire magical district, causing random transformations, animated objects, and temporary changes to fundamental magical laws within the affected area. It took a team of 63 wizards working in coordination to neutralize the cascading magical reactions. The incident resulted in the International Confederation of Wizards establishing the first global standards for experimental potion safety. Beyond these historical examples, certain specific potions are notorious for their dangerous error potential. Polyjuice potion, which allows the drinker to assume another's appearance, becomes horrifically toxic if brewed incorrectly. In its intermediate stages, the addition of ingredients in the wrong order can create a substance that causes partial permanent transformation, leaving the victim with irreversibly altered features or limbs. The most famous case involved a ministry official who, attempting to disguise himself during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, created a flawed polyjuice and spent the remainder of his life with the internal organs of a goblin, requiring a specialized diet of raw metals and gemstones. The Wolfsbane potion, developed to allow werewolves to maintain their human consciousness during transformation, represents another example of exceptional risk. The potion must be consumed for 7 days prior to the full moon. with each dose perfectly brewed. A mistake in any single dose not only renders the entire treatment ineffective, but can enhance the werewolf's aggression and strength during transformation. This danger explains the potion's limited availability, despite its humanitarian benefits. Few potioneers are willing to accept the moral and legal responsibility of brewing it. Even love potions, often treated as harmless pranks by young witches and wizards, harbor serious dangers when improperly prepared. A too strong amortentia can cause dangerous obsession leading to self-harm, while contaminated love potions have been known to create permanent emotional damage. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains a special unit dedicated to crimes involving botched love potions, particularly those that resulted in marriages or children conceived under their influence. For professional potioneers, the management of risk requires multiple layers of precaution. The Potions Guild mandates that certified masters never work alone when developing new recipes or handling particularly volatile ingredients. Standard safety equipment includes dragonhide gloves resistant to most caustic substances, specialized face shields charmed to repel dangerous fumes, and emergency neutralizing agents capable of stabilizing most unstable reactions. St. Mungo's Hospital maintains an entire ward dedicated to potion accidents, the Humphrey Belcher Wing for poisoning and potion damage. Named after a wizard who famously created a cauldron made of cheese, which melted and transformed his house into a noxious swamp. The ward employs healers with specialized training in identifying and countering the effects of both standard and novel potion mistakes. Treatment often involves complex counter potions that must be tailored to the specific error that caused the initial accident. The psychological impact of serious potion accidents should not be underestimated. Many victims experience lingering trauma, particularly when the effects involve transformation or perception-altering elements. The support group Cauldron Survivors meets monthly in London, providing community for those dealing with the aftermath of significant potion mishaps. Their motto, "Brewed, but not broken," reflects the resilience required to overcome such experiences. For students of potions, education about famous mistakes is as important as learning correct procedures. Professor Slughorn was known for beginning each school year with vivid cautionary tales, often displaying preserved specimens of potion accidents' effects. This approach, while alarming to first years, instilled an appropriate level of caution, as Slughorn often reminded his classes, fear in the potions laboratory is not cowardice but wisdom. The healthy respect that keeps your eyebrows attached to your face. Prevention of potions accidents has evolved significantly over the centuries. Modern cauldrons often incorporate safety features such as stabilization rims that help prevent tipping, temperature-sensitive color-changing metals that indicate dangerous heat levels, and containment charms that activate automatically if contents begin to overflow or emit dangerous fumes. Advanced laboratories use monitoring charms that detect specific signatures of common dangerous reactions and trigger countermeasures automatically. Despite these advances, the fundamental dangers of potion making remain. Each year, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes responds to hundreds of incidents in private homes, where amateur brewers attempt complex potions without proper training or equipment. Public education campaigns continually emphasize that certain potions should never be attempted without proper certification, regardless of how straightforward the instructions might appear in ancient grimoires or contemporary publications. For those who pursue potion making professionally, these risks are accepted as an inherent aspect of pushing magical boundaries. As Libatius Borage wrote in the introduction to Advanced Potion Making, "To brew is to dance with danger, to balance on the edge of discovery and disaster." We do not seek to eliminate risk, for that would eliminate discovery as well. Rather, we respect the cauldron's power while harnessing it for purposes that justify our scars. Perhaps most sobering are the final notes found in the journals of potioneers who lost their lives to their craft. Hesper Starkey, who died testing an experimental longevity elixir in 1859, wrote just days before her fatal mistake, "I am well aware that what I seek may be my undoing. Yet what is the value of additional years if one is too frightened to pursue the very knowledge that gives life its savor? Better to perish in pursuit of understanding than to safely accomplish nothing of consequence. As our exploration of potion dangers simmers down to its conclusion, consider this question. In your own magical pursuits, where do you draw the line between necessary caution and the risk required for true discovery? And what would you be willing to risk in pursuit of knowledge that could change the wizarding world? Chapter 8. The Island in the Cave. Darkness can hold many secrets, but perhaps none so terrible as those concealed in the deepest shadows of a forgotten sea cave. In the heart of that lightless place, surrounded by still, black waters, stands a small island, unremarkable in appearance, yet designed with malevolent purpose. Tonight we turn our attention to one of the darkest locations in Wizarding Britain, the island where Lord Voldemort concealed a fragment of his shattered soul. Imagine yourself standing upon rough stone, barely 10 feet in diameter, rising from the center of an underground lake so vast its boundaries vanish into darkness. The air is cold and still, carrying the faint scent of salt and something less natural, a subtle wrongness that speaks to magic twisted far beyond its intended purpose. This small, desolate outcropping represents the culmination of multiple layers of protection, the final obstacle between a seeker and one of Voldemort's most carefully hidden Horcruxes. The island itself appears natural at first glance, a simple rock formation emerging from the water. Closer inspection reveals subtle signs of magical alteration. The surface has been flattened and smoothed in places, while the center contains a shallow depression that houses the island's sole feature, a stone basin standing upon a pedestal. This basin, carved from the same rock as the island itself, stands approximately waist-high to an adult wizard, its rim decorated with faint runes that glow with an eerie green light when activated. This basin, sometimes called the Horcrux Basin or the Basin of Despair, represents an extraordinary piece of dark enchantment. Created through a combination of ancient magic and Voldemort's own innovations, it fulfills multiple protective functions simultaneously. The basin cannot be broken or damaged by conventional means. Its contents cannot be summoned, vanished, transfigured, or otherwise magically manipulated. Most cruelly ingenious, the emerald potion it contains must be consumed to reach the Horcrux hidden beneath, a requirement ensuring that any would-be thief must suffer greatly for their attempt. The potion itself deserves particular attention, as it represents one of the most insidious concoctions in magical history. Glowing with an unnatural emerald light, the liquid appears almost beautiful, a stark contrast to its horrific effects. Analysis by curse breakers, who later studied residual samples, suggests it contains elements of the drink of despair, an ancient potion mentioned in most potentate potions, but never fully described due to its excessive cruelty. The effects of the potion operate on multiple levels. Physically, it causes intense, burning thirst that cannot be quenched by water from the surrounding lake. Indeed, attempting to drink that water summons the Inferi waiting beneath the surface. Mentally, it forces the drinker to relive their worst memories and deepest regrets, magnified to unbearable intensity. Magically, it temporarily weakens the drinker's magical abilities, making resistance or self-defense increasingly difficult with each swallow. When Albus Dumbledore drank this potion during his visit to the cave with Harry Potter, we witnessed its devastating effects on even the greatest wizard of the age. Dumbledore, whose life contained many painful memories and difficult choices, was reduced to pleading and desperation. He begged to be allowed to stop drinking, then for death rather than continued consumption, and finally cried out to unseen figures from his past, suggesting the potion forced him to relive his greatest regret, likely involving the death of his sister Ariana. The psychological precision of the potion's effects suggests it was designed to be particularly effective against those most likely to seek out and destroy Horcruxes, individuals of strong moral character, who inevitably carry the burden of difficult choices and painful losses. Courage and determination, the very qualities needed to reach the island, become weapons turned against the seeker through the potion's effects. Beyond the basin itself, the island contains subtle defensive enchantments easily overlooked amid more obvious dangers. Detection charms alert the creator to any presence on the island. Anti-apparition jinxes prevent magical escape. Most significantly, specific trigger enchantments activate if anyone attempts to remove the Horcrux without drinking the potion, causing the Inferi and the surrounding lake to attack en masse. The stone composition of the island holds magical significance as well. The rock appears to be ordinary limestone, but magical analysis reveals traces of powdered bone incorporated into the material, a detail consistent with certain dark rituals described in Secrets of the Darkest Art. This modification allows the island itself to serve as a conduit for the cave's protective enchantments, making them more difficult to dismantle or circumvent. Consider the symbolic aspects of this location. A small island of solidity surrounded by deathly waters, accessible only via a hidden, blood-sealed cave, and a boat that restricts passage based on magical strength. Every element speaks to isolation, to separation from the normal world, to a place beyond help or hope. Even the journey required to reach it, a treacherous swim through frigid waters to a nearly invisible fissure in a cliff face, represents a symbolic crossing of boundaries between the ordinary world and a realm of dark magic. Voldemort's choice of this remote location reveals much about his character and magical philosophy. Unlike the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, where he hid another Horcrux in a place of magical significance that he believed only he had truly discovered, the cave represents a location of personal rather than historical importance. This was where the young Tom Riddle, during a seaside orphanage outing, tormented two fellow orphans, an early expression of his cruelty and power over others. By returning to this site of childhood malice to hide a piece of his soul, Voldemort demonstrated his belief in the significance of such moments in shaping his destiny. The transformation of a place of mundane cruelty into a chamber of sophisticated magical defenses parallels his own transformation from bullying orphan to the most feared dark wizard in history. In his mind, this symmetry would have seemed appropriate, even elegant. From a tactical perspective, the island represents a masterclass in layered defenses. Each protective measure complements the others, creating a system where bypassing one obstacle triggers another. The blood requirement at the entrance ensures physical weakness before the challenges even begin. The boat across the lake prevents bringing additional help. The potion induces psychological breakdown and magical vulnerability, and should all these fail, the Inferi provide a final, overwhelming response. What makes this defensive system particularly effective is how it exploits fundamental human weaknesses: fear, thirst, regret, and the instinct for self-preservation. Even a wizard prepared for conventional magical battles would find themselves tested on psychological and emotional levels they might never have trained to resist. As Dumbledore noted during his recovery, Voldemort would not have made it easy to discover his hiding place. He would have wanted to test the mettle of anyone who found it. The fate of this island after Voldemort's defeat remains classified information within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. According to limited public statements, a joint team of Aurors and Unspeakables neutralized the remaining enchantments and properly laid to rest the victims animated as Inferi. The cave itself was sealed with new protective charms, not to hide a Horcrux, but to prevent the location from becoming a pilgrimage site for those with unhealthy fascinations with dark magic. Magical historians debate whether Voldemort created this elaborate protection system himself or had assistance. The sophistication of the enchantments suggests extensive knowledge of ancient magical practices, while the potion demonstrates advanced skill in an obscure and terrible branch of brewing. While Voldemort possessed extraordinary magical ability, certain elements, particularly the enchanted boat, bear similarities to magical artifacts from earlier periods, suggesting he may have adapted existing magical objects for his purposes. For those who study defensive magic, the island in the cave provides valuable, if disturbing, insights. The multi-layered protection scheme, demonstrates principles now taught in significantly less dark applications to Aurora trainees and curse breakers. The integration of psychological elements alongside magical barriers has influenced modern approaches to securing high-value magical sites and artifacts. Even the most ethically stringent security experts acknowledge the effectiveness, if not the morality, of Voldemort's methods. Perhaps most chilling is the realization that the island's elaborate defenses ultimately failed in their purpose. The locket retrieved at such cost by Dumbledore and Harry was not the true Horcrux but a duplicate left by Regulus Black, who had discovered the cave's secret years earlier. This former Death Eater, having turned against Voldemort, sacrificed himself to retrieve the real Horcrux, drinking the same terrible potion, and then succumbing to the Inferi rather than attempt escape. His house elf creature, who accompanied him, was ordered to leave with the Horcrux and destroy it, a task he was unable to complete until many years later. That a teenage Death Eater and a house elf managed to breach what Voldemort considered impenetrable defenses illustrates a fundamental truth about magical security. No protection is absolute against unexpected approaches. Voldemort, in his arrogance, never considered that someone might willingly sacrifice themselves in the attempt, or that magic he dismissed as inferior, such as house elf apparition, might circumvent his barriers. These blind spots, arising from his prejudice and inability to comprehend self-sacrifice, ultimately contributed to his downfall. As our journey to this dark island concludes, I leave you with this question. What does it reveal about both Voldemort and Dumbledore, that when faced with the same terrible potion, one created it to protect a fragment of his broken soul, while the other willingly drank it to protect the future of the wizarding world? Chapter 9. The magic of fantastic beasts and where to find them. The scratch of a quill against parchment punctuates the silence of a field tent, illuminated only by wand light, as a man with tousled hair carefully sketches the sleeping form of a creature never before documented. Outside, unfamiliar stars shine over an unexplored magical ecosystem, while distant calls of unknown beasts echo through the night. This scene has played out thousands of times across the globe during the remarkable career of Newt Scamander, whose life's work culminated in one of the wizarding world's most beloved and essential texts, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Few books have had such profound influence on wizarding education and policy as this unassuming volume, found on every Hogwarts student's required reading list, referenced by ministry officials drafting creature regulations, and treasured by generations of magizoologists. The text represents far more than a simple catalog of magical creatures. It embodies a revolutionary approach to understanding and coexisting with the remarkable beings that share our magical world. Newton Artemis Fido Scamander was born in 1897 to a family with a modest but respectable position in wizarding society. His mother's work breeding hippogriffs sparked his early interest in magical creatures, but few could have predicted the extraordinary path that would lead from this childhood fascination to global acclaim. As a Hufflepuff student at Hogwarts, Scamander demonstrated exceptional aptitude and care of magical creatures, often spending free hours assisting Professor Kettleburn with the school's various creatures. After a brief and reportedly unsatisfying position at the Ministry of Magic in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Scamander secured a research grant to document magical species worldwide. What was initially planned as a 2-year expedition stretched into nearly a decade of continuous travel, from the frozen tundras of Siberia to the depths of the Amazonian rainforest, from the scorching Australian outback to the mist-shrouded mountains of Tibet. During these travels, Scamander accumulated the foundation of what would become his masterwork. He filled hundreds of journals with detailed observations, precise sketches, and meticulous notes on habitat, diet, mating behaviors, and magical properties. Unlike many researchers before him, who approached magical creatures as specimens to be captured and studied, Scamander developed a philosophy of minimal intervention, observing creatures in their natural environments and earning their trust rather than subduing them for examination. This approach led to numerous breakthroughs in magizoology, Scamander was the first to document the complete life cycle of the Alchemy, revealing how these serpentine creatures modulate their size according to available space. He discovered that mooncalves perform their elaborate mating dances only during specific lunar phases, explaining why previous researchers had misclassified them as different species. Perhaps most significantly, he demonstrated that many supposedly aggressive magical creatures behaved violently only when threatened, challenging prevailing assumptions about their inherent danger. The first edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, published in 1927, represented a paradigm shift in wizarding literature. Previous bestiary texts had organized creatures by danger level or geographic location. Scamander instead created a sophisticated classification system based on a combination of biological characteristics, magical abilities, and sentience levels. This taxonomy, with its now famous X rating system, indicating danger levels from X boring to XXXX, known wizard killer, provided a nuanced framework that acknowledged both the potential hazards of certain species and their inherent value, regardless of utility to wizard kind. The physical book itself contains subtle enchantments that enhance its educational value. When a reader studies a particular creature entry with focused attention, the accompanying illustration occasionally displays additional behaviors not captured in the static image. The text also incorporates a mild memory enhancement charm developed in collaboration with renowned charms expert Phileas Flitwick, which helps readers retain key information about creature identification and appropriate handling techniques, a feature that has undoubtedly prevented countless harmful encounters. Most remarkable is the book's self-updating functionality. Through an ingenious application of the Protean charm, linked to Scamander's master copy, each edition automatically incorporates new discoveries and classification adjustments. When the F-Whooper was reclassified from XXXXXXX after several cases of insanity due to prolonged exposure to its song, existing copies updated themselves overnight. Similarly, when the believed extinct Appaloosa puffskein was rediscovered in 1967, a new entry seamlessly appeared in all copies of the book, complete with illustration and habitat information. The cultural impact of Fantastic Beasts extends far beyond its educational use. The text has influenced wizarding law significantly, with over 30 pieces of creature protection legislation citing Scamander's research as foundational evidence. The Werewolf Code of Conduct revisions of 1947 drew heavily from Scamander's compassionate analysis of lycanthropy, while the ban on experimental breeding was shaped by his documentation of the ecological havoc wreaked by artificially created species like the blast-ended scroot. For generations of young witches and wizards, the book has sparked vocational interest in magical creature careers. Dragon research applications to the Romanian sanctuary doubled in the decade following a revised chapter on dragon behaviors. Hippocampus conservation efforts attracted unprecedented volunteer numbers after Scamander's passionate description of their intelligence and complex social structures. Even the much-maligned flobberworm has benefited from the text's influence, with sustainable flobberworm mucus harvesting practices now standard in potion ingredient gathering. The evolution of the book across its numerous editions reflects changing attitudes toward magical creatures. The first edition contained language that modern readers might find problematic, referring to centaurs as beasts, despite their clear intelligence, a classification Scamander himself later campaigned to change. By the 52nd edition in 1991, the text had been significantly revised to emphasize creature welfare and conservation, including an impassioned foreword condemning trophies made from magical creatures and advocating for expanded sanctuary spaces. Scamander's research methodology deserves particular attention for its innovative approach. Unlike many magizoologists who relied on second-hand accounts or brief expeditions, he immersed himself completely in creature habitats. For his groundbreaking work on thunderbirds, Scamander lived for 6 months in Arizona's magical district, spending weeks at a time in remote mountain regions where these magnificent birds nested. His observations of their weather manipulation abilities led directly to improved forecasting methods still used by the American Magical Meteorological Service. The personal risks Scamander undertook for his research were considerable. His field journals, excerpts of which were published after his retirement, reveal numerous near-fatal encounters, being temporarily paralyzed by a nundu's breath in Ethiopia, suffering severe burns, while documenting Ashwinder egg-laying behavior, and spending 3 days trapped in a demiguise-induced invisibility state after an unexpected defense response triggered during observation. That he survived these encounters is testament not only to his magical skill but to his deep understanding of creature behavior and psychology. The manuscript's journey to publication faced significant obstacles. Initial publisher rejection letters, now displayed in the Magical Publishing Museum in London, cited concerns about the book's excessive sympathy toward dangerous beasts and insufficient emphasis on eradication methods. Obscurus Books, then a small publishing house specializing in magical travel literature, took a chance on the manuscript after their founder's son was saved from a rune's poor bite, using Scamander's first aid techniques described in the draft. The book's phenomenal success, it has never been out of print in nearly 70 years, transformed Obscurus into one of Wizarding Britain's premier publishing houses. The text has been translated into 72 languages, including Mermish Waterproof Edition, Gobbledygook, with supplementary mineral appendices for goblin readers, and Giant printed on specially reinforced canvas pages. The Braille edition incorporates enchanted touch-responsive illustrations that allow blind witches and wizards to feel the physical characteristics of each creature. Beyond the text itself, Scamander established the Fantastic Beast Preservation Fund, directing a significant portion of the book's royalties toward creature conservation efforts worldwide. This fund has established protected habitats on 5 continents, supported rehabilitation programs for creatures injured by dark wizards, and financed research into non-invasive methods for managing creatures that pose genuine threats to wizarding communities. In his later years, Scamander served as a consultant for the Beast Division of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, where he advocated for more humane policies. His influence led to the establishment of the werewolf support services and reforms in Dragon Reserve management practices. Even into his 11th decade, Scamander remained active in field research, famously identifying 3 previously unknown species of magical beetle during what was supposed to be a relaxing vacation in the Seychelles at age 102. The legacy of fantastic beasts and where to find them extends beyond its author's lifetime. The text continues to evolve, now under the editorship of Scamander's grandson Rolf, who maintains his grandfather's commitment to accurate, compassionate documentation of magical creatures. Recent editions have incorporated expanded sections on habitat conservation and the impacts of climate change on magical ecosystems, reflecting contemporary concerns within the magizoological community. For students at Hogwarts today, the worn copy of Fantastic Beasts passed down through family generations, or purchased new at Flourish and Blotts, represents more than a textbook. It offers a window into the extraordinary diversity of magical life and embodies a philosophical approach to the natural world, based on respect rather than domination. Its pages have inspired countless young witches and wizards to look beyond their wands and cauldrons to appreciate the complex, beautiful, and sometimes dangerous creatures with whom they share their magical world. As we close the cover on our exploration of this remarkable text, consider this question: which fantastic beast would you most wish to encounter in its natural habitat, and what might that choice reveal about the kind of witch or wizard you aspire to be? Chapter 10. The Perfection of the Invisibility Cloak. Light bends and shadows dance around emptiness, where a form should stand. Footprints appear in fresh snow with no visible maker. Doors open seemingly of their own accord, and whispers emerge from vacant air. These are the telltale signs of the rarest and most perfect invisibility cloak in existence. Not merely a magical garment, but a legendary object that has defied the normal limitations of magical craftsmanship for centuries. We previously explored the general history of invisibility cloaks and the path of this particular cloak through the Potter family. Tonight we shall examine what makes the Cloak of Invisibility, the third Deathly Hallow, truly exceptional among magical artifacts. Its unique properties, perfect functionality, and remarkable resistance to deterioration set it apart from all other invisibility garments ever created. Standard invisibility cloaks, even those of the highest quality, suffer from inherent limitations. Most are created using demiguise hair, the naturally invisible silvery pelts of those ape-like magical creatures native to the Far East. When woven into fabric, these hairs confer temporary invisibility, but the magic inevitably fades as the demiguise hair deteriorates, typically within 5 to 10 years of regular use. Even during their effective period, such cloaks often develop visible patches or transparency under certain conditions. Other invisibility garments rely on complex enchantments rather than inherently magical materials. Disillusionment cloaks, embedded with permanent versions of the disillusionment charm, render the wearer chameleon-like rather than truly invisible. Persian weavers created silk invisibility, shawls inscribed with continuously activated concealment runes, while West African magical traditions produced raffia cloaks, treated with invisibility potions renewed through elaborate ceremonies. Each approach produces functional but flawed invisibility. The limitations of conventional invisibility garments are well documented. They can be detected by certain revealing spells, such as Hominum Revelio. They become less effective under intense magical scrutiny or in areas with strong ambient magic. Many fail to conceal sounds or scents, and most importantly, all eventually degrade with time and use. The true invisibility cloak, the Hallow, transcends these limitations entirely. Its study presents extraordinary difficulties, as its perfect functionality makes it nearly impossible to analyze using conventional magical research methods. What we know comes primarily from accounts of those who have possessed or examined it, most notably Albus Dumbledore and, more recently, Harry Potter. The physical appearance of the Hallow cloak, when visible, offers few clues to its extraordinary nature. It presents as a fluid, silvery garment, cool and light as air when touched. Witnesses describe it as feeling like water woven into material, or solidified moonlight. Unlike standard invisibility cloaks, which often have a slightly opalescent sheen when folded, the Hallow cloak appears more uniformly silver, with an unusual depth to its shimmer. Its texture remains unchanged regardless of ambient temperature, and it never develops the stiffness that characterizes aging demiguise hair cloaks. The most remarkable property of the Hallow cloak is its perfect and permanent invisibility. Since its creation, estimated to be over 7 centuries ago, it has shown absolutely no degradation in magical effectiveness. While standard invisibility cloaks develop blind spots or transparent patches after extended use, the Hallow cloak maintains seamless invisibility across its entire surface. This permanence defies fundamental principles of magical artifice, which hold that all enchanted objects eventually require renewal or replacement. Unlike conventional invisibility garments, the Hallow cloak completely conceals anything it covers from all forms of magical detection. It shields the wearer from detection spells, including Hominum Revelio. It prevents the wearer from appearing on the Marauder's map, which itself utilizes exceptionally sophisticated homunculus charms. Most impressively, it allows the wearer to remain undetected by Alastor Moody's magical eye, a device specifically designed to see through concealment. The cloak's effectiveness extends beyond visual concealment. While ordinary invisibility cloaks often fail to muffle sounds or mask scents, there is evidence that the Hallow cloak dampens noise generated by its wearer. Several accounts mention how individuals under the cloak could whisper without detection, even when standing near keen-eared listeners. Whether this represents an intentional feature or a side effect of its perfect concealment magic remains unclear. Perhaps the most extraordinary capability of the Hallow cloak is its ability to shield multiple people simultaneously. Standard invisibility garments struggle to conceal more than one person, with effectiveness diminishing as more individuals attempt to use them. The magical field typically stretches and thins, creating visible distortions or allowing parts of the concealed individuals to show. The hollow cloak, in contrast, has been documented to perfectly conceal up to 3 people at once, a magical feat that defies conventional understanding of concealment charms. The cloak's resistance to damage further distinguishes it from ordinary magical garments. During Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts, the cloak endured numerous hazardous situations, exposure to potions, magical fires, jinxes, and rough handling, without sustaining any damage or diminishment of its powers. This durability contradicts the general principle that powerful magical objects often require careful handling to maintain their enchantments. Equally noteworthy is the cloak's resistance to summoning. When Harry Potter concealed the Resurrection Stone in the Forbidden Forest, he noted that the cloak could not be summoned using the Accio charm, a property unusual even among magical artifacts of significant power. This resistance to magical manipulation extends to most forms of magical interference, making the cloak nearly impossible to detect or affect through conventional spellwork. The theoretical underpinnings of the cloak's perfect functionality have fascinated magical scholars for generations, though few have had the opportunity to examine it directly. Those who subscribe to the literal interpretation of the tale of the 3 brothers suggest the cloak's perfection stems from its otherworldly origin as a gift from death itself. More academically inclined theorists propose that Ignatius Peverell, the cloak's original owner, discovered a method of permanently binding a disillusionment charm to fabric using techniques lost to modern wandcraft. Magical artificers at the Department of Mysteries have proposed several alternative theories. One suggests the cloak might incorporate demiguise hair that has been alchemically treated to prevent degradation, possibly using processes similar to those employed in creating the Philosopher's Stone. Another hypothesis posits that the cloak might continuously draw ambient magical energy from its surroundings to renew its enchantments, a theoretical mechanism similar to that observed in certain ancient magical sites like Stonehenge. Perhaps the most intriguing theory comes from unspeakable Saul Croker, who suggested in a classified report that the cloak might exist partially outside conventional space-time, explaining both its imperviousness to aging and its perfect concealment properties. According to this hypothesis, the wearer doesn't merely become invisible but exists in a slightly different phase of reality, while underneath it, visible to themselves, but literally not fully present in the same dimensional plane as observers. The connection between the cloak and its rightful owner presents another fascinating aspect of its magic. While the cloak functions for anyone who wears it, accounts suggest it works with particular perfection for those of Peverell descent. Harry Potter noted that the cloak always seemed to cover exactly what he needed concealed, adjusting its drape without conscious effort on his part. This subtle responsiveness to its hereditary owner suggests a form of semi-sentience or binding magic far more sophisticated than that found in ordinary magical objects. When comparing the Hallow Cloak to its counterparts, the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, certain patterns emerge. While the wand seeks power and the stone breaches natural boundaries, the cloak offers protection and concealment. This defensive nature aligns with accounts of Ignatius Peverell as the wisest and most humble of the 3 brothers. While the other Hallows led their owners to ruin through pride or grief, the cloak allowed Ignatius to live a full life and greet death as an old friend on his own terms. Modern attempts to replicate the cloak's perfect functionality have universally failed, despite considerable advances in magical manufacturing techniques. The Department of Mysteries reportedly dedicated a research team to the challenge for 15 years during the late 19th century, producing increasingly effective invisibility garments, but none approaching the Hallow Cloak's perfection or permanence. This inimitability further distinguishes the cloak as truly extraordinary even among legendary magical artifacts. The ethical implications of perfect invisibility have been debated in magical philosophical circles for centuries. Most magical concealment methods include deliberate limitations or counters, maintaining a balance of power between concealment and detection. The cloak's apparent lack of conventional weaknesses represents a significant exception to this principle. That such perfect concealment has remained with one family line, and that this line has generally used it responsibly, represents a remarkable circumstance in magical history. After the Second Wizarding War, Harry Potter retained ownership of the Invisibility Cloak, reportedly using it selectively rather than as an everyday tool. Unlike the Elder Wand, which Potter deliberately removed from circulation to break its destructive cycle, the cloak remained in active use, suggesting that Potter considered its powers inherently less corrupting than those of the wand. This assessment aligns with historical patterns. While the Elder Wand's trail is marked by murder and betrayal, the cloak's provenance shows a succession of generally peaceful transfers. For those fortunate enough to have witnessed the cloak in action, the experience is described as distinctly different from encounters with standard invisibility garments. Where ordinary cloaks might create slight visual distortions or anomalies in ambient magic, the hollow cloak leaves absolutely no trace of its presence. It is not merely a tool of concealment, but a perfect absence, a void in perception that the observer's mind simply fails to register. This complete effectiveness explains why even highly skilled wizards like Albus Dumbledore relied on indirect methods such as human error or logical deduction rather than magical detection when suspecting the cloak's use. The future of the cloak presumably lies with Harry Potter's descendants, continuing its centuries-long journey through generations of the same family line. This continuity represents one of the longest documented transfers of a powerful magical artifact in wizarding history, a testament both to the cloak's extraordinary value and to the discretion of its owners. Unlike many significant magical objects that have changed hands through theft, conquest, or commerce, the cloak has remained a protected family heirloom, its powers largely kept from public knowledge. As our exploration of this perfect invisibility cloak fades from view, consider this question. In a world where perfect concealment is possible, does true wisdom lie in the power to remain unseen, or in choosing when to step forward and be visible despite having the option to hide? Chapter 11. The Alchemy of Perenelle Flamel. When one hears the name Flamel, thoughts immediately turn to Nicholas, the famed alchemist, whose creation of the Philosopher's Stone granted him and his wife over 6 centuries of life. Yet, in the shadow of her husband's renown stands a figure whose contributions to alchemical science have been consistently overlooked in historical accounts. Tonight, as embers glow softly in our hearth, we turn our attention to Perenelle Flamel, not merely as the wife of a great wizard, but as a remarkable alchemist in her own right. Born Perenelle Litras in Paris around 1334, her early life reveals a young woman of extraordinary intellect navigating a world that rarely acknowledged female scholarly pursuits. The daughter of a prosperous merchant, she received an unusually comprehensive education for a woman of her era, becoming fluent in Latin, Greek, and Arabic, languages essential for studying ancient magical texts. Records indicate she was particularly gifted in arithmancy and astronomical calculations, skills that would later prove crucial to her alchemical contributions. Historical accounts of Perenelle before her marriage remain frustratingly sparse, though fragments of evidence suggest she may have trained under Mariam of Sicily, one of the few documented female alchemists of the medieval period. What is certain is that by the time she met Nicholas Flamel in 1350, Perenelle already possessed considerable knowledge of herbal magic and transformative potions, a foundation upon which their alchemical partnership would build. The conventional narrative portrays their relationship as that of a brilliant alchemist and his supportive spouse. However, examination of the Flamel's surviving notes reveals a far more balanced intellectual collaboration. Perenelle's elegant script appears alongside Nicholas's throughout their early experimental journals, often annotating and correcting his theoretical approaches. In several instances, breakthroughs attributed to Nicholas show evidence of Perenelle's distinctive methodological approach, particularly in the precise arithmetic calculations needed for advanced transmutation. Perhaps Perenelle's most significant independent contribution lies in the realm of elixir refinement. While Nicholas's genius centered on the initial creation of the Philosopher's Stone, It was Perenelle who developed the techniques for distilling the elixir of life to its most potent and stable form. Her background in herbal magic proved essential in identifying the precise moment when the elixir reached optimal efficacy, a judgment requiring both technical skill and an intuitive understanding of magical harmonics that Nicholas himself acknowledged he lacked. The Flamel's laboratory notes from 1382 to 1384, the crucial period following their initial creation of the stone, reveal Perenelle's methodical experimentation with elixir preparation. While Nicholas focused on refining the stone's transmutative properties for gold-making, Perenelle conducted parallel research on the life-extending aspects of their discovery. Her careful documentation shows how she identified and eliminated side effects that plagued early versions of the elixir, including memory distortion, sensory hypersensitivity, and emotional instability. Through systematic experimentation, Perenelle developed what she termed harmonizing agents, supplementary ingredients added to the base elixir that helped the human body accept its transformative effects without trauma. These innovations, derived from her study of Eastern alchemical traditions, represented a fundamental advancement beyond the crude life extension potions described in earlier alchemical texts. Without Perenelle's refinements, the elixir of life might have extended existence while rendering it barely tolerable, a fate suffered by several other alchemists who achieved partial success in their quest for immortality. Perenelle's specialized focus on healing applications of alchemy extended beyond the elixir of life. During the Black Death's recurrence in Paris in the 1380s, she developed a protective elixir incorporating diluted stone essence that granted temporary immunity to the plague. Though the Flamels provided this remedy selectively to avoid revealing their alchemical success, parish records from their neighborhood show a notably lower mortality rate, a statistical anomaly noticed by medieval historians, but never satisfactorily explained until the discovery of Perenelle's private journals in 1899. The Flamels' staged deaths and subsequent centuries of travel provided Perenelle with unprecedented opportunities to study diverse magical traditions. While Nicholas often engaged with scholarly communities under various aliases, Perenelle frequently gained access to knowledge typically denied to male researchers, particularly in cultures where female healers maintained exclusive traditions. In Japan during the 1550s, she studied under Mito Amanoja, a witch whose family had preserved ancient magical techniques for binding life energy to physical vessels, knowledge that informed Perenelle's later refinements of the elixir. Throughout their extended lives, the Flamels maintained their partnership model, with each developing distinct specializations that complemented the other's work. While Nicholas expanded the theoretical understanding of matter transformation through his correspondence with other alchemists, Perenelle focused on practical applications and stabilization techniques. This division of labor proved remarkably effective, Nicholas providing creative breakthroughs, Perenelle ensuring their practical viability and safety. Perenelle's notebooks reveal her particular genius for what modern potion makers would term magical stabilization, the art of preventing powerful magical substances from degrading or becoming volatile over time. The standard elixir of life required monthly consumption precisely because magical potency naturally dissipates. Perenelle's innovations extended its effective duration initially to quarterly doses and eventually to semi-annual requirements, a refinement that not only improved convenience but significantly reduced the stone's depletion rate over centuries of use. Her work with magical containers represents another overlooked contribution to alchemical science, recognizing that standard crystal and glass vessels allowed subtle magical energies to leach away from potent elixirs. Perenelle developed a technique for infusing container materials with complementary enchantments that would contain and preserve specific magical signatures. Several of her specially prepared vessels survive in wizarding museums, still radiating magical energy centuries after their creation, a testament to her mastery of magical material science. Beyond her technical innovations, Perenelle's philosophical approach to immortality differed notably from many alchemical traditions, where other seekers of the philosopher's stone often pursued immortality as an end in itself. Perenelle's writings reveal a more nuanced perspective. She viewed extended life not as an escape from death, but as an opportunity for deeper understanding, a chance to witness how knowledge evolved across centuries and to preserve wisdom that might otherwise be lost to time's passage. This philosophical dimension informed her most significant independent work, Temporis Essentia, The Essence of Time, a treatise written over 3 centuries and published anonymously in 1789. This remarkable text explored the magical properties of time itself, drawing connections between aging processes, magical potency cycles, and astronomical alignments. Though attributed by contemporary scholars to a fictitious Portuguese alchemist, stylistic analysis and reference patterns conclusively identify Perenelle as its author, a conclusion finally accepted by the International Alchemical Association in 1932. The text's central insight, that time affects magic and living organisms according to mathematical patterns rather than uniformly, revolutionized preservation charms and contributed to the development of time-related magic, including the theoretical foundation for time-turner creation. Perenelle's observations on how certain magical processes accelerate or decelerate according to lunar cycles continue to inform advanced potion-making schedules at institutions like St. Mungo's Hospital, where timing often determines a treatment's efficacy. Perenelle's contributions to philanthropic alchemy deserve particular mention. While Nicholas's gold-making abilities funded their comfortable lifestyle and research, Perenelle directed significant resources toward alleviating suffering in the communities where they lived. Records from multiple centuries show anonymous donations to hospitals, orphanages, and almshouses that can be traced to Perenelle's characteristic pattern of charitable giving, always on specific astronomically significant dates, always in amounts corresponding to sacred arithmetic numbers. More impressively, she established several long-lasting enchanted sanctuaries for the destitute that continued functioning long after the Flamels moved on. The most famous, La Maison de Santé, House of Health in Montpellier, operated continuously from 1412 to 1789, providing magical healing to those who could not afford traditional remedies. Archaeological investigation of its ruins in the 1950s revealed sophisticated charm work in the foundation stones, enchantments that purified water, maintained comfortable temperatures, and gradually dispersed healing essence throughout the building. The Flamels' mutual decision to destroy the Philosopher's Stone in 1991 following Voldemort's attempts to steal it marked the conclusion of the longest documented human lives in wizarding history. While Nicholas reportedly approached this end with philosophical acceptance, Perenelle's final journal entries reveal a more active preparation. In her last months, she systematically organized their collected knowledge, creating enchanted memory crystals containing alchemical techniques deemed too powerful for general dissemination, but too valuable to lose entirely. These memory crystals, entrusted to selected magical institutions under complex time-release enchantments, represent Perenelle's final contribution to wizarding knowledge, a carefully curated legacy designed to reveal itself gradually as magical society develops the ethical framework to use it responsibly. According to the terms of her magical will, specific crystals will become accessible when certain global magical conditions are met, ensuring that future generations benefit from the Flamels' discoveries without receiving dangerous knowledge prematurely. Perenelle Flamel died in 1992, at the approximate age of 658, having witnessed nearly 7 centuries of magical history. Unlike many renowned magical figures whose greatest achievements occurred within a single lifetime, her contributions spanned multiple historical epochs from medieval alchemy's infancy through Renaissance magical innovation to the dawn of modern magical theory. This unprecedented temporal perspective informed her unique approach to magical research, allowing her to recognize patterns and cycles that shorter-lived researchers could never perceive. The gradual recognition of Perenelle's contributions represents a correction of historical oversight rather than the discovery of previously unknown information. Her name appears consistently in the Flamels' joint research, her handwriting fills countless preserved notebooks, and Nicholas himself acknowledged her essential role in their achievements. That history nonetheless emphasized his contributions over hers reflects more about the bias of historical chroniclers than any attempt at concealment by the Flamels themselves. Modern alchemical scholars now recognize what they term Perenelle's principle, the understanding that magical transformation requires both catalytic force, traditionally associated with Nicholas's work, and stabilizing harmony, Perenelle's specialty. This balanced approach, integrating masculine and feminine alchemical traditions that had historically developed separately, produced the unprecedented success that enabled the creation of the Philosopher's Stone when all previous attempts had failed. For students of alchemy today, Perenelle represents a model of patient, methodical, magical research, the perfect complement to Nicholas's more intuitive breakthroughs. Their 6th-century partnership demonstrates how magical collaboration can exceed the sum of its parts, creating innovations neither could have achieved independently. In the words of contemporary alchemical historian Almira Quansinger, if Nicholas provided the spark that ignited their alchemical breakthrough, it was Perenelle who transformed that momentary flame into an eternal light. As our exploration of Perenelle Flamel's remarkable contributions fades like the last embers in the hearth, consider this question: what wisdom might you cultivate, if granted centuries rather than decades to perfect your magical understanding? And how might your perspective on the magical world transform if you could witness its evolution across half a millennium? Chapter 12. The Art of Bezoar Collection. In the misty highlands where mountain goats graze on rare magical herbs, beneath the watchful eyes of patient collectors who have perfected their craft through generations, lies one of the wizarding world's oldest and most essential practices, the harvesting of bezoars. These unassuming stones, formed in the digestive systems of certain goats, have saved countless lives with their remarkable ability to neutralize most poisons. Tonight, we explore the delicate and precise art of bezoar collection, a practice that balances ancient tradition with modern magical understanding. The term bezoar derives from the Persian padzar, meaning protection from poison, an apt description for these life-saving stones. While Mughal history contains numerous references to bezoars, with many ancient civilizations attributing medicinal properties to these concretions, only those formed in magical goats possess the true antidote properties prized by potion masters and healers throughout the wizarding world. Not all goats produce bezoars with magical properties. The most potent specimens come from specific breeds raised in magical communities high in mountainous regions, where the air contains traces of ambient magic, and the vegetation includes herbs not found in ordinary environments. The alpine silverhorn, native to secluded valleys in Switzerland, produces bezoars with the strongest general antidote properties. The Himalayan cragwanderer yields specimens particularly effective against plant-based toxins, while the Scottish blackfleece develops bezoars with unique efficacy against venoms from magical creatures. The formation of a magical bezoar represents a remarkable biological process that has fascinated wizarding naturalists for centuries. Unlike ordinary bezoars, which form around indigestible material such as hair or plant fibers, magical bezoars develop around tiny fragments of crystallized magic that the goats inadvertently consume while grazing in areas with high magical saturation. These crystalline seeds draw in specific minerals from the goat's diet, forming layered concretions that gradually develop complex magical binding properties. What makes this process particularly extraordinary is the goat's natural resistance to most magical effects, a trait that allows it to graze on certain poisonous or enchanted plants without harm. This resistance infuses the developing bezoar with neutralizing properties, essentially creating a physical manifestation of the animal's innate ability to process and nullify harmful substances. The most potent bezoars come from older goats that have spent decades consuming magically potent vegetation, their stones containing dozens or even hundreds of mineral layers, each capturing different neutralizing properties. The actual collection of bezoars requires patience, precision, and respect for the animals that produce these precious objects. Contrary to common misconception, Ethical Bezoar harvesting never involves slaughtering the goats. Instead, trained collectors use specialized magic to extract fully formed Bezoars without harming the animals. This process, known as stone calling or Bezoar summoning, represents one of the oldest continuous magical practices, with techniques passed down through family lines for over 30 generations in certain wizarding communities. The stone calling ritual typically takes place during the waning quarter moon, when the goat's digestive processes naturally slow. The collector prepares by cleansing both themselves and their equipment with purification herbs, typically lavender, sage, and moonshade. They then feed the goat a specially prepared tonic containing mild relaxants and magical catalysts that temporarily enhance the natural separation between the Bezoar and the surrounding digestive tissues. With the goat in a calm, trance-like state, the collector places their wand against the animal's side and performs the calling charm, a complex spell that combines elements of summoning and gentle extraction. The incantation, Lapides Revelio Extractum, must be performed with precise intonation while visualizing the Bezoar's journey through the goat's system. When performed correctly, the spell creates a soft golden glow visible through the goat's skin, indicating the Bezoar's location. The most delicate part follows, guiding the Bezoar through organic tissue without causing damage. The collector slowly traces their wand along the path. The Bezoar will travel, maintaining constant concentration to ensure the stone moves gently through natural spaces between organs. Finally, the Bezoar emerges through a temporarily expanded pore in the goat's skin, a moment collectors describe as feeling like a perfect magical harmony between practitioner, animal, and stone. After collection, the goat receives a restorative draught and typically enjoys a period of rest and special feeding to recover from the process. Most goats can safely undergo Bezoar collection once every 3 to 5 years, though particularly healthy specimens may produce harvestable Bezoars more frequently. Experienced goatherds can often tell when an animal has developed a mature Bezoar by subtle changes in its movement and digestion patterns. The relationship between collectors and their goats transcends ordinary animal husbandry. Many collection families maintain herds whose lineages stretch back centuries, with detailed records tracking the magical potency of Bezoars produced by different bloodlines. These goats are treated with extraordinary care, their diets meticulously managed to include specific magical herbs, their grazing grounds protected by ancient boundary spells, and their health monitored through both conventional and magical means. In the remote village of Steinbach in the Swiss Alps, the Capeller family has maintained an unbroken tradition of Bezoar collection since the early 1400s. Their alpine silverhorn goats live in stone barns constructed with protective runes carved into each foundation stone, and the family performs seasonal blessing rituals to ensure the herd's health and magical attunement. Helmut Capeller, the current patriarch, can identify which goat produced a particular Bezoar simply by examining its layering pattern, a skill requiring decades of careful observation. The quality and potency of Bezoars vary considerably based on multiple factors. Age is paramount. Bezoars that have developed over many years contain more layers of neutralizing minerals and correspondingly stronger antidote properties. Diet significantly influences efficacy against specific poisons. Goats that graze on aconite-rich pastures produce Bezoars, particularly effective against wolfsbane poisoning, while those consuming high quantities of dittany develop stones, with enhanced healing properties beyond mere poison neutralization. Color and texture provide expert collectors with immediate information about a Bezoar's properties. The most common magical Bezoars display a greenish-gray exterior, with subtle iridescence when viewed under wand light. Those with bluish tints typically excel at counteracting animal venoms, while amber-hued specimens show particular strength against plant toxins. The interior structure, revealed when Bezoars are carefully sectioned for use in advanced potions, displays concentric rings similar to those in tree trunks, with each layer potentially containing different magical properties. The processing of raw Bezoars into usable form represents another specialized art. For standard medical applications, Bezoars are often ground into fine powder, allowing for precise dosage and easier administration to poisoning victims. This grinding must be done with non-magical silver tools, as magical grinding methods can disrupt the Bezoar's intrinsic properties. For more sophisticated applications in advanced antidotes, Bezoars may be sliced into thin sections or steeped in specific solutions to extract their essence without destroying the physical stone. Storage presents its own challenges, as Bezoars gradually lose potency when exposed to certain magical energies. Traditional preservation methods involve wrapping the stones in unicorn haircloth and storing them in sealed cedar boxes lined with lead. Modern approaches include stasis charms specifically calibrated not to interfere with the Bezoar's internal magic, or suspension in preservation solutions developed by St. Mungo's Hospital researchers to extend shelf life from the traditional 5 years to nearly a decade. The market for quality Bezoars has always been robust, with prices reflecting their literal life-saving potential. A single standard-grade Bezoar from an alpine silverhorn might fetch 50 galleons, roughly equivalent to a month's wages for the average ministry employee. Exceptional specimens from older goats with particularly rare diets can command prices in the hundreds or even thousands of galleons, especially those with proven efficacy against uncommon magical poisons. This high value has unfortunately led to unethical practices in some quarters. Poachers occasionally target magical goat herds, slaughtering animals to quickly harvest Bezoars without the time-consuming stone-calling ritual. Such practices not only cause unnecessary harm, but typically yield inferior products, as Bezoars extracted after death rapidly lose approximately 30% of their magical potency. More insidiously, counterfeit Bezoars, ordinary stones, treated with basic antidote potions, occasionally appear in less reputable apothecaries, potentially endangering lives when they fail to neutralize serious poisonings. To combat these issues, the International Confederation of Wizards established the Bezoar Registry in 1834, requiring documentation of origin for all commercially sold specimens. Legitimate collectors provide certification, including the source animal's breed, age, diet, and collection date, along with the collector's registered identification. Advanced authentication spells developed by the Potions Guild can verify genuine Bezoars with near-perfect accuracy, detecting both counterfeits and those harvested through harmful methods. Beyond their common use as general antidotes, Bezoars play crucial roles in advanced potion making. The Wiggenweld potion incorporates dissolved Bezoar essence as a key stabilizing agent. The Stone of Girding, an advanced protective potion that temporarily enhances physical resilience, requires powder from a Bezoar at least 20 years old. Perhaps most famously, the legendary universal antidote created by Gunhilda of Gorsmore in the 16th century used a complex preparation of 7 different Bezoar types as its foundation. The practical importance of Bezoars in wizarding medicine cannot be overstated. Standard protocol at St. Mungo's Hospital requires administering Bezoar powder immediately in any suspected poisoning case, where the specific toxin remains unidentified. This approach has saved countless lives in the critical minutes before specialized treatment can begin. During both wizarding wars, field healers carried emergency Bezoar preparations as standard equipment, particularly valuable given the dark side's frequent use of poisoned weapons. Famous cases of Bezoar interventions include the saving of Minister for Magic Eldridge Diggory in 1747 after a failed assassination attempt involving acromantula venom, and more recently, the recovery of Ron Weasley after accidentally consuming poisoned mead intended for Albus Dumbledore. Potion Master Horace Slughorn's quick thinking in administering a Bezoar whole rather than waiting to prepare a more conventional antidote demonstrated the stone's effectiveness even in its raw state when facing serious magical poisoning. The relationship between Bezoars and scholarly research continues to evolve. The Department of Mysteries maintains a research division dedicated to analyzing the precise mechanisms behind Bezoar's remarkable neutralizing properties. Recent breakthroughs include the isolation of specific mineral components that target particular poison categories, potentially allowing for the development of specialized synthetic antidotes based on Bezoar chemistry. Meanwhile, experimental breeding programs at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary have begun integrating dragon dung into the diet of specially maintained goat herds, producing preliminary results suggesting enhanced efficacy against fire-based toxins. For students at Hogwarts, Bezoars represent one of the first magical medical interventions they learn about in potions class. Professor Snape famously questioned Harry Potter about Bezoars during his very first lesson, highlighting their fundamental importance in the potion maker's arsenal. This early introduction serves a crucial safety purpose, ensuring that even young witches and wizards recognize these life-saving stones and understand their basic application in emergencies. Traditional knowledge about Bezoars extends beyond Western European wizarding traditions. In the mountains of Tibet, magical goatherds perform elaborate ceremonies involving ceremonial horns and sanctified mineral water to enhance the potency of their Bezoars. Japanese wizarding communities cultivate special alpine gardens specifically designed to produce plants that, when consumed by their goats, create Bezoars with specialized properties for treating magical maladies unique to Eastern magical traditions. These diverse approaches to essentially the same magical substance demonstrate how wizarding cultures worldwide have developed different methods to enhance and utilize the remarkable properties of these natural antidotes. The future of Bezoar collection balances tradition with innovation. While the fundamental stone-calling ritual remains largely unchanged from ancient times, modern collectors increasingly incorporate contemporary magical knowledge into their practices. Enchanted monitoring devices allow for more precise tracking of Bezoar development within the goat. Specialized feeding programs, informed by advanced herbological research, enhance specific antidote properties. Conservation spells maintain optimal grazing environments, despite encroaching non-magical development in once remote regions. Throughout these innovations, ethical collectors maintain their commitment to humane practices and sustainable harvesting. As Helmut Kappeler observed in a recent interview with Potions Quarterly, the goats gift us these stones through a lifetime partnership. To harm them for quick profit dishonors that relationship and weakens the very magic that makes their Bezoars so precious. A properly collected Bezoar carries the harmony of the connection between collector and animal. This is magic no shortcut can duplicate. As our journey through the remarkable world of Bezoar collection comes to its close, consider this: if the most powerful healing stones are formed gradually through years of natural processes that cannot be rushed or artificially replicated, what might this teach us about the development of our own magical abilities and the value of patience in acquiring the most profound forms of wizarding wisdom?